I heard that they have mobile classes. I didn't know about the teaching in the gym or I will be your seat. I see her all the time. She doesn't mention it to me. Yeah, I know that. I didn't know where she was teaching all those kids.
Welcome everyone to our Board of Education meeting of the Lehigh Board of Education. Mr. Kennedy, please read the opening statement and take the roll.
And the data, we have the student reading study.
Madam President, should I read?
Yes, Mr. Kennedy, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. This is a combined regular agenda and business meeting of the Board of Education. Pursuant to New Jersey statutes and the rules adopted by the Board of Education, notice of this meeting was sent to the Star Ledger and Cablevision of Elizabeth on October 14th, 2022. In addition, this notice is posted on the bulletin board in the lobby of 500 North Broad Street, and pursuant to this act, a copy has been filed with the City Clerk of Elizabeth, New Jersey. We want to welcome everyone present here at Elizabeth High School, Frank J. Ciccarelli Academy, and to our television viewers through this October 20th, 2022 meeting of the Board of Education. We are here to govern, provide management oversight, and make policy for the district. The superintendent manages the district. This is a meeting of the board in public, not a meeting of the public. This meeting has been recorded and will become part of the Elizabeth Board of Education permanent record. In order that the recording will adequately reflect the proceedings, please refrain from talking while others are speaking. The presiding officer may interrupt, warn, or terminate speaking when talking becomes personally directed, abusive, obscene, or irrelevant. Request any individual to leave the meeting when that person does not observe reasonable decorum. Request the assistance of law enforcement officers in the removal of a disorderly person when that person's conduct interferes with the orderly progress of the meeting. Call for a recess or an adjournment to another time when the lack of public decorum so interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting as to warrant such action. We also ask that you silence the sound on your electronic devices. Since it is legally mandated that these proceedings be accurately recorded, we may have to ask for order periodically should noise begin to interfere with our recording capabilities. We are pleased that you have taken time this evening to join us here for our Board of Education meeting. Thank you for your interest in the Elizabeth Public Schools. There will be a public portion for citizens to address the board. Participants for the public portion must personally sign in prior to the start of the meeting so that they may have the opportunity to speak. The sign-in sheet states the name, address, telephone number, and reason that the person wants to comment, whether it is an agenda item or a general education comment. I'll take the roll. Katie Hernandez. Barbosa.
Here.
Carvalho.
Here.
Chevres.
Here.
Dorsley. Jacobs. Here. Naron. Goncalves Pestana.
Here.
Marina Ortega.
Present. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Before we begin, please rise for a moment of silence. Moment of silence for Paul Fireto, retired supervisor of Mathematics Division of Elementary and Secondary Education. Barry M. Patterson, retired head custodian Nicholas Murray Barrett School number 23. And Dr. Paul Bayana, former board member. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and Star Spangled Banner. Board Member Stephanie Gongalves Pestana, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for the Star Spangled Banner by Francis Scott Key.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Board Member Vice President Ileana Chevres, please lead us on the Pledge of Ethics.
As a member of Elizabeth Public School Professional Learning Community, I will treat people as I wish to be treated. To do that, I pledge to understand that the school community is a special place, listen respectfully when someone is speaking by pay close attention and not interrupt, speak in calm voice and use proper language, dress appropriate to teaching and learning, aspire to base myself, others by celebrating success and learning by mistakes, care about others by demonstrating acts of kindness, be a lifelong learner by taking every opportunity to learn from others.
Now, I would like to request that the Remembrance Resolution be read. Board Member Maria Carvalho, please read the resolution for Paul Firetto.
Whereas Paul Ferretto was born January 2nd, 1947 in Elizabeth, New Jersey, and was raised in Rahway, New Jersey, graduating from Rahway High School in 1965. Whereas Paul Ferretto would continue his lifelong pursuit of education at Monmouth College, New Monmouth University, where in 1969 he earned his bachelor's degree in elementary education and later earned his master's degree in administration supervision from Kane College, now known as Kane University. That was in 1981. Whereas Paul Ferretto began his career in education at Elizabeth Public Schools in September 1969 as a sixth grade teacher at Winfield Scott School No. 2. Whereas a teacher, Paul Ferretto worked diligently to provide high-quality instruction to his students while motivating them to reach their full potential. Whereas a basic skill improvement program consultant and eventual coordinator and supervisor of basic skills for the high school and non-public, Paul Ferretto contributed substantially to the effectiveness of math management plan in the 6th grade through the 9th grade, helping teachers to tailor their skills assessment and lesson preparation. Whereas a supervisor in the Division of Testing and Monitoring, Paul Ferretto ensured state assessments were administered successfully and that the data received from state and district tests were used to inform effective class instruction and boost student academic performance. Whereas in his final role as supervisor of mathematics, pre-kindergarten through 5th grade, Paul Ferretto worked with teachers to develop a curriculum and lessons that would provide Elizabeth Public School students with the foundation skills and knowledge needed to succeed in higher levels of mathematics and in life. Whereas, for nearly 40 years, Paul Ferretto dedicated himself to the advancement of his students, the teachers who were under his supervision, and the Elizabeth Public Schools as a whole. The Elizabeth Board of Education and Elizabeth Public Schools professional learning community were saddened to hear of Paul Ferretto's recent passing and expressed their dear sympathies and heartfelt sorrow to his family, friends, and loved ones. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the pride, devotion, and determination in which Paul Ferretto lived each day of his life and served both the Elizabeth Public Schools and the greater Elizabeth community serve as an inspiration to us all. Be it further resolved that this resolution be spread on the official minutes of the Board of Education, and a copy of this resolution be presented to his family. Thank you.
Board Member Stephanie Goncalves Pestana, please read the resolution for Barry Patterson.
Thank you, Madam President. Whereas Barry Patterson, born on March 14, 1956, began his career with the Elizabeth Public Schools in February 1985 as an assistant custodian at the former Jefferson House of Elizabeth High School and later at the former Grover Cleveland Middle School. And whereas Barry Patterson ultimately became a head custodian at the former Theodore Roosevelt Middle School and at Nicholas Murray Butler School No. 23. And whereas in his capacities as assistant custodian and head custodian, Barry Patterson dedicated himself to providing a clean and safe learning environment in which high-quality teaching and learning could take place and students and team members could achieve at their greatest potential. And whereas Barry Patterson retired in July of 2011 after nearly 26 years of devoted service to the Elizabeth Public Schools. And whereas the Elizabeth Board of Education and Elizabeth Public Schools professional learning community were saddened to learn of Barry Patterson's recent passing and expressed their sympathy and heartfelt sorrow to his family, his friends, and his loved ones. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the pride and the purpose with which Barry Patterson lived each day of his life and served the Elizabeth Public Schools serve as an inspiration to us all. Be it further resolved that the resolution be spread of the official minutes of the Board of Education and a copy of this resolution be presented to his family. Thank you.
Board Member Diane Barbosa, please read the resolution for Dr. Viana.
I have the honor, I have the honor of reading the resolution for our beloved Dr. Paul Viana, which we very familiar, our community doctor here in Elizabeth. Paul Viana, born June 2nd, 1947 in Sicily, Italy, settled with his family in Brazil after World War II, and eventually immigrated to the United States in 1960 in New York, where he would graduate from Brooklyn College. And whereas Dr. Paul Viana continued to pursue a post-secondary education as part of the inaugural class of physician assistants at Touro College in New York, and later graduated from the Universidade Autónoma de Ciudad Juárez Instituto de Ciencias Biomédicas in Mexico with honors. And Dr. Paul Viana would eventually complete his medical residency at the former St. Elizabeth Hospital, now known as Trinitas Regional Medical Center, and begin his private practice, in 1986 as a medical doctor. And whereas 1 year after starting his medical practice, Dr. Paul Viana was called to further serve the community when he was appointed a member of the Elizabeth Board of Education in November 1987 and sworn in on December 2nd, 1987. And whereas for more than a year, Dr. Paul Viana served on this board with great dedication to provide the children of Elizabeth and their families the best education and school system possible. And whereas during a long, rewarding career that spanned nearly 35 years, Dr. Paul Viana was renowned as a compassionate and caring doctor who could communicate with patients and families in several languages, included English, Portuguese, Spanish, and Italian. And whereas throughout his adult life and career, Dr. Paul Viana was actively involved in several medical committees and community organizations while being acknowledged for many special honors and accolades. And whereas the Elizabeth Board of Education and Elizabeth Public Schools Professional Learning Committee were saddened to learn of Dr. Paul Viana's recent passing and express their heartfelt sympathy and heartfelt sorrow to his family, friends, and loved ones. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the love, purpose, and devotion with which Dr. Paul Viana lived each day of his life and served both the Elizabeth Public Schools and greater Elizabeth community serve as an inspiration to us all. Be it further resolved that the resolution be spread on the official minutes of the Board of Education and a copy of this resolution be presented to his family. Rest in peace, Dr. Paul Viana.
I will now have our superintendent of school share the community updates.
Thank you, Madam President, and good evening to everyone. In an effort to give a valuable voice to students while also holding Board of Education members accountable to the children that they pledged to serve, New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy had signed legislation into law back in January of 2022. I believe the date was January 18th, 2022. The bill requires a minimum of one student representative to be included on each Board of Education for school districts with grades 9 through 12, and also on each Board of Trustees for charter schools, grades 9 through 12. The law requires that student representatives are selected by the student body and serve for a one-year term. Under the bill, the duties of the student representative include attending board meetings. They, of course, are excluded from discussions of the board involving subjects that are confidential, representing the district's high school. Students will be also presenting student proposals and concerns to the board for its consideration. And of course, keeping the public high school students informed of the business of the school board by providing a monthly report to the student council concerning the activities of the Board of Education. Our Board of Education approved a policy during their meeting on August 25th. And if I may, I'm going to take a moment to refer to our board's policy. The Elizabeth Board of Education values the ideas and input of the student body in the operation of the district and shall have student representation at its deliberations in public meetings. One student representative of the board shall be chosen in consultation with a selection committee. Eligible applicants must be seniors and elected to student government. Student representatives of the Board of Education shall rotate monthly each school year among all of the high school academies in the school district. We're in a unique situation, correct? Because we have 8 high school academies. 7 of our high school academies have students in grades 9 through 12. One of our high school academies has students in grades 9 through 11. So the intent is to ensure that we have a representative from each high school academy that is able to serve in the capacity as a non-voting student representative and serve on the Board of Education. Other requirements that are included in the policy are that student representatives to the board must be a current resident of Elizabeth and attend, of course, a public high school academy. Student representatives must be in 12th grade during their term as a student representative, and they must also have a minimum GPA of 3.0 or higher and in good standing. Student representatives are welcome to participate in all public deliberations of the board, but as stated previously, will not vote on issues. Our student representative received a copy of the board agenda yesterday, and I reviewed it thoroughly with our representative in an effort to be able to provide the appropriate orientation in preparation for this evening's meeting. So every single month, our student representative will have the opportunity of a proper orientation prior to the board meeting. And related materials may also be provided at the discretion of the president of the board or the superintendent. When students are discussing issues at board meetings, they're encouraged to state whether they're expressing their own opinions or those of the students they represent. They must be actively involved in their school community and willing to work to support Elizabeth Public Schools on behalf of their peers on a regular basis. Our student representatives are also required to attend monthly student advisory meetings comprised of the student council representatives from all of our high schools in order to ensure that there is proper representation by communicating student opinions to the school board and also actions to the student body. The student representative is also required to attend every public meeting. We had an extensive application process where the students had the opportunity to be able to share their reason why they were applying for the position. They also provided their educational background, any awards or recognitions, and also practical experiences that they have performed while in high school. And of course, parents are a very important part of this process, so we needed to have the consent of the parent, ensuring that there was a commitment to actively participate and follow the roles and responsibilities of the position. Wanted to be able to take a moment to be able to share with our school community this evening that the order of the board meeting will serve as an opportunity for our student representative to engage with our Board of Education and our community. And I'm truly glad to see that we have a room full of our educators here this evening to also show support for our student representative. Hi. I will now introduce the principal of the Admiral William Halsey Academy for Health and Public Safety, Mr. Van Fleet, who will join us for a few remarks.
Good evening, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here tonight to introduce Halsey Academy's student representative to the Elizabeth Board of Education, Maria Garcia Cabana. As a proud member of our JROTC program, Maria has learned and practiced the virtues of respect and discipline while also exhibiting strong leadership skills. These experiences have prepared her for this special moment, and she is excited to begin her duties in such an important role. I am confident that she will represent Halsey Academy with dignity and honor. Please join me once again in welcoming Maria Garcia Cabana.
Thank you, Mr. Van Fleet. And if I could ask Master Sergeant Geralds to say a few words, if that's possible?
Yes, I believe he's escorting Maria to her seat at this
Wonderful.
time. And then Master Sergeant Geralds will say a few words.
No, ese es el suyo. Este es el
At this time, I'd like to ask Master Sergeant Geralds to come up and say a few words. Master Sergeant Geralds.
Good afternoon, or good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, I'd like to start off and make this real quick. ROTC is not an easy path, as most of you know. And it's not for everyone. This school year we have 198 cadets. Cadet Major Garcia is my operations officer who has responsibility of doing numerous things for me. She's in charge of conducting our training, which deals with our rifle team, physical fitness team, PT team, sets up all our trips. I'm very excited for her. It's an honor for ROTC and Halsey. Thank you.
Special thank you to Mr. Van Fleet and also to Master Sergeant Geralds. And we are truly very honored to have our student here this evening. Wanted to be able to refer back to the order of the meeting. So this evening, the way in which the board meeting is structured is we will have the opportunity of presenting various presentations to the public. We are presenting our strategic plan. We have a required HIB presentation. And then the student representative, if you will please take a moment, our student representative will have the opportunity to present her report to the public. After our student representative has had the opportunity to present the report, it's the opportunity for the board to then engage in the agenda. So we'll provide the opportunity for our student representative to participate, because that is the purpose of the student representative's role on the board. And then after the board has gone through the agenda, at that point, we will take a brief break to be able to celebrate with Ms. Cabana. I am going to ask our educators, to please respect the fact that we have.
Madam
So to
President, can we
conclude my
start the meeting,
statement,
Madam President?
Excuse me.
public participation will take place
Excuse me.
after we've had the opportunity to acknowledge our student. Thank you.
May I have your attention? Thank you. Thank you. May I have your attention to continue the board meeting? Thank you. Mr. Kennedy, can you please include our student representative in the roll call to have the record reflect Ms. Kavanagh's attendance this evening? Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I will now have our superintendent of school continue this evening presentation. Mr. Kennedy, please.
Our student representative is duly noted as being present and will be included as part of this evening's roll call with the rest of the board members. Thank you.
At this moment, I want to say some words to our student representative, then open the microphone. I want to give the time to our student representative to say some words to the public. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam President, Board of Education Commissioners, Assistant Superintendents, Mr. Kennedy, administrators, and our Superintendent of School, Mrs. Olga Hugemeyer. I would like to begin by mentioning what an honor it is to be here today representing all of my fellow students. This is a huge step forward for the students of the Elizabeth Public School District. This board is for the students. As such, our voice should be counted as heavily as our numbers. For the first time, a student sits here and has the opportunity to speak, not through a teacher or advisor, but through one of their own. I walk the halls with them. I sit in classrooms with them. I spend my lunches with them. I am one of them. On behalf of the entire student body, I want to thank the Elizabeth Board of Education for validating our concerns and giving us a seat at the table. This was a long time coming. Thank you.
Now I want to say some words. For me, it's an honor to witness the student represent for the first time in our Board of Education, and welcome on board. Now, if some of our board members want to say some words. Yes, Commissioner Carvalho.
Good evening, Madam President. I just want to welcome you to the table. You clearly brought your own chair to sit at this table, and we look forward to hearing your concerns and listening to your input so that together we could all make a difference for the children.
Thank you. Superintendent School, continue with this evening presentation. Thank you.
If I could please, oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Perfect. Appreciate it. So this evening, we have the opportunity to be able to introduce our new 5-year strategic plan. Wanted to be able to provide a little bit of background. In 2015, the Elizabeth Board of Education adopted our previous strategic plan, outlining the vision, the promise, and the goals that would guide the ascension of the Elizabeth Public Schools as a high-performing urban district. The plan identified 6 pillars upon which we would base our equity-driven and achievement-focused work. While guided by our previous strategic plan, EPS received a wide array of accolades and recognitions as a result of all the hard work and effort of all of its team members. Throughout the implementation of this new strategic plan, we will continue to provide an innovative and personalized learning environment that ensures that every child achieves excellence. Every component of this plan represents a series of beliefs and actions that will move us toward our vision. So a little bit of a background. The Elizabeth Public Schools implemented a process to determine the strategic direction for the district. The work culminated in a 5-year plan, which includes establishing a comprehensive direction for school years 22-23 through 26-27. The district analyzed student academic data, engaged in 71 virtual, individual, and group interviews with parents, high school students, teachers, principals, union leaders, district administrators, and community leaders for a total of 284 participants. In addition, 2 retreats were held with the members of the Elizabeth Board of Education. So there were 5 domains from which data was collected from the interviews as well as the multiple surveys. Next, the district invited teachers and school administrators to form part of a work group team to review the data analysis, discuss priority student outcomes. The district leadership team grouped that input into 5 priority student outcomes and 5 strategic themes that made up the strategic framework. So following a review of the mission, the priority student outcomes, the themes, the objectives, and the strategies, the board voted unanimously to approve the strategic plan last month. The Elizabeth Public Schools sincerely thanks all of the students, parents, team members, school board community members who participated in the development of this plan. So now our next step in this process is to create action teams so that we can have the appropriate plans in place, responsibilities and timelines, ongoing community engagement, budget planning, the drafting of performance indicators, and monitoring and report processes and communications planning. So a few highlights from our prior strategic plans that really helped to drive this body of work and ensure a commitment to our core values. And our core values are defined as our vision and also our promise to our students, as well as our goals. Also, our core beliefs and commitments, which begins with our students. Our theory of action, of managed instruction, which will now be managed instruction, performance, empowerment. And that will be work that we will be doing together collaboratively. Our steps to success, which serves as our internal and our external accountability system, and also the measures of success, which is what we strive for our students when they graduate from our school system. So a few highlights of the new strategic plan. It is tightly aligned with our equity policy and state accountability plan. It infuses equity throughout. It has a comprehensive approach to student success. It has a clear theory of action with well-defined non-negotiables for our schools and indicators of implementation as well as outcomes, which will also foster a culture of continuous improvement. So what does this planning look like? It begins with the vision, the promise, and beliefs, down to strategic goals, to performance objectives, to a strategy map, to our performance measures, our targets, our initiatives and action steps, and of course, the individual department and school improvement plans. Right, so everything forms from the strategic plan right down to making this a very operational plan. So given our focus on equity and excellence, EPS has established a single goal that establishes a comprehensive view of student success, that all students will graduate prepared for college, career, and citizenship. So what you can see here, it begins with our goals and our strategy to reach our vision and promise, to performance objectives so that we can have high-level work to achieve the desired results, to ensuring that we have performance measures in place, and these are high-level indicators that are tracked all throughout the 5 years to ensure that we are reporting the progress in each objective, and lastly, initiatives and action steps, how you will improve performance, because that is the ultimate goal. Things you will do to complete those initiatives that support the education of our children. So we have the 22 through 27 strategy map. This should be very familiar to everyone in our community because we maintained the same structure. We have the foundation, which are our core beliefs, managed instruction, equity, expectations, and excellence. And from there, we build a focus on our pillars of teaching and learning, social emotional wellness, workforce development, parent and community engagement, and organizational effective. All of this body of work guided by our goals, which ultimately will help us to strive towards our vision and, of course, continue our commitment to our students. So our vision continues to be, because this is one of the highlights from the previous strategic plan, we're still working diligently to become one of the highest performing urban school districts in the nation. We continue with a commitment to our promise to our children to provide an innovative and personalized learning environment that ensures that every child achieves excellence. And our goal, ensuring college preparedness and career readiness for every child. So the supports for our goal are, as I outlined before, steps of success, measures of success, and we're introducing Portrait of a Graduate, which stems from our work as an AVID district. So the steps of success, which serves as the internal and external accountability plan, beginning with expectations as early as the end of pre-K 4 and gradually moving up towards 3rd grade, 5th grade, 8th grade, 9th grade, and then ultimately the end of high school. We have our measures of success, which we report on a regular basis throughout the year. Our goal continues to be 100% of our EPS graduates will meet the requirements to enter a 2- or 4-year college, a technical school, or service to our nation, and or hold a license or certificate enabling them to enter the workforce. 90% of our graduates will enroll in at least one AP course before graduating, and we always strive to ensure that our students maintain a 3.0 GPA because we know that this ensures that they are
Excuse me,
successful.
Madam President, is there a way to put the volume a little louder? Because I can't hear.
I'll ask our IT department if you're able to adjust the microphones,
Either that or
please.
we could clear the room so that we could hear the information.
May I say some words?
And of course, 90% of our graduates will graduate on time. So we refer to our work with AVID, and we talk about 3 key areas: student agency, rigorous academic preparedness, and opportunity knowledge as key areas that help to prepare our students. And it's not just in the realm of academics, but it's also focusing on the importance of adding life skills, the capacity to live in a multicultural and multiracial world. And then introducing a theory of action for improvement, which of course we will be talking about throughout the course of the year through our PLCs as we conduct our data consults and as we respond with the appropriate student interventions. So here are the 5 goals, and we will go through them. So goal area number 1, teaching and learning. And our objective is to enhance teaching and learning to provide all students with personalized pathways to success. And as you can see, the measures, everything from implementation of our curriculum, right through student performance, reduction in achievement gaps, success in rigorous courses, and of course, ensuring that we're paying attention to 9th grade retention. Second, we move into social emotional wellness. And that is not only for our students, but it's for all, supporting the social emotional wellness of all students and staff to promote safe environment. See. And then our performance measures.
Madam Superintendent, may I have some words?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, may I have, thank you. Thank you to be silent at this moment. I would like to say some words. Okay. 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 The first thing I want to say is, by law, we need to inform about our 5 years plan. If you respectfully disagree, you can respectfully disagree. Absolutely. Okay, one moment, please. May I speak? Now, as a human being, we can be respectfully disagree. And if after our 5 years plan you have any concern, and welcome, and the board is welcome to speak with you. Now, let me talk. We're here tonight for one goal. And this goal is our student, and of course, let me speak, thank you. And our teacher, and I don't want you to raise your voice, it's important for us. Let us finish. And if you have any concerns, if you are respectfully disagree, we can talk in a respectful way. And I really appreciate if you please stay silent, and then we can talk late when it's time to talk. Unfortunately, listen to me, unfortunately, based on the protocol of legal board meetings, I cannot engage in a conversation right now, and you need to understand me as a board president. Now, update about the union negotiation will be provided in a few minutes, okay? Thank you. Madam Superintendent, can you continue? Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
So we're moving into social emotional wellness at this time, which is support for all students and staff to promote a safe environment in which all can feel a sense of belonging. And there's various ways in which we're going to measure this particular indicator. One is by ensuring that our students have a sense of belonging. And when we're looking at that data, disaggregating it by ethnicity, by economically disadvantaged, by special education, by our English language learners, and that'll be collected through a survey. We work with Panorama at this present time, so we will be doing that. Suspension of student disaggregated by ethnicity, economically disadvantaged, special education, and English language learners. Safe school environment for staff, disaggregated also in the same manner. And then, of course, improved attendance and/or reduced chronic absenteeism by school, and looking at the data in the same manner as I described previously. As we move on to workforce development, the focus here of our performance objective is to hire, develop, retain staff. I will wait.
Excuse me.
Go ahead. Yeah, absolutely.
Excuse me.
Imagínense. ¿Qué se va a hacer?
If we cannot continue the meeting, because I want to, it's part of the protocol of Board of Education meeting. We need to be respectful right here. And this, I will ask for the second time in a very respectful way. Please be respectful. Okay, Madam Superintendent, can you continue? Thank you.
So as we focus on workforce development, our measures will include providing high-quality induction and retention programs for new staff, teachers, and administrators, building the instructional leadership of our principals and vice principals, providing teachers, school and district administrators, and also support personnel with opportunities to advance knowledge skills as it relates to leadership development, and also ensuring administrators, teachers, and staff have a sense of belonging and support that is measured through surveys and through conversations. Folks, my intent is to present our new strategic plan to the public. I am asking you to be respectful in light of the fact that right now we have a student that is serving on our board.
Voy a parar.
I'm going to continue. I am going to continue. Our next goal, family and community engagement. And of course, strengthening the engagement of all the members of our learning community in order to improve outcomes for their students and their families. And there are 3 ways in which this will be measured, and that is through student and caregiver sense of trust and belonging in schools, understanding expectations, increased belief and commitment to school and district priorities, and of course, increased student and family access and to supports to those services. Our very last area is operational effectiveness. The intent is to promote a culture of excellence customer service, reciprocal accountability, continuous improvement across the district, and this will be measured in 4 ways: principal satisfaction, implementation of district's instructional and non-instructional non-negotiables, meeting of performance measures established and reported by each central office department, and also, of course, the implementation of a long-range facilities plan. So we ensure that we have the appropriate instructional space across the district for all of our students. This completes the presentation. Entiendo, pero entonces, ¿cuál es el propósito de un estudiante?
Yo voy a seguir con la
Okay, good. Okay.
¿Vas a la HB report?
I have to.
O la student representative iba a decir algunas palabras.
Ella está atacada de los nervios por esta experiencia. Y Rosa, si esto sigue, yo no traigo más nadie.
Pero legalmente
No, yo no tengo que legalmente. No, I guess, no. Yo se lo dije que no debe exponer a nuestros estudiantes a esto. Usted, lo que usted quiera hacer, yo no tengo que hacer esto hasta después. Lo que usted diga.
Excuse me. Yes, thank you. At this time, I will ask. Yes, I will ask our chairperson of negotiation. Yes.
Acordamos que la niña no se iba a quedar para public participation, Rosa. Acordamos eso.
el statement, pero dijiste que iban a...
Entonces seguimos.
Commissioner Jerry Jacobs, can you please read the statement? Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Jerry Jacobs, thank you. At this time is our Commissioner Jerry Jacobs' turn. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Two weeks ago, the Elizabeth School District proposed a new contract that will give all employees an average of 11.5% salary increase over 3 years. In contract negotiations with the New Jersey Public Employment Relations Commission mediator, the district proposed salary increases of 3.9, 3.65, and 3.61% over 3 years. I urge the teachers and members to look at other districts and what they have settled their contracts for and the percentages as of this year and what the offer that the board has put forward to the union. The proposal would yield a generous contract for any pre-K through 12 district in Union County and one of the most generous contracts in all of New Jersey. The contract offer is a measure of how much we value our employees. The district has informed the state mediator that it stands willing to meet any time to finalize an agreement.
Excuse me, I will take 5-minute break.
Madam President, I make a
Excuse me.
motion.
Oh, you leaving?
Excuse me, we have a Ford car over on Morrill Street, D24, KDM. A Ford parked on Morrill Street, D24, KDM. Could you see Director of Security Glacken?
Okay, excuse me, thank you. Now, I want to speak with, you want the board hear you? I will, the board taking a decision, you hear and you want, we will hear you. This means I will open the public statement. You hear, do you hear us? Okay? Now we need to, at this moment, you know, we have you here, and obviously we will, my board family and myself want to hear from you. The only request before I opening a public statement, please, if you and your co-workers who would like to speak. And I want, excuse me, and I want,
That's not how we do that.
Excuse
That
me.
can't happen.
yes, and I want when they speak, we show respect. Okay, one moment, please.
Oh, Madam President,
Yes,
before we open up the public speaking, can Commissioner Jacobs please finish up his statement?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Let he finish his, excuse me. Commissioner Jerry Jacobs start his update about negotiation. Let him finish, and then I will open the public speaking. Okay, thank you.
Thank you to Commissioner Pastana and Madam President. So as we were, the district has informed the state mediator that it stands willing to meet at any time to finalize an agreement. The employees' representatives have indicated they cannot meet again until November. We are hoping for an earlier resolution, but have not yet received a response from the employee representative.
Excuse
We
me.
wanted to keep everyone in the community informed as we said we would. Thank you, Madam President.
Oh, thank you. Now, this is the time, this is your time. I will open public participation. Mr. Kennedy, please read the public participation statement.
At this time, microphones are open for public comment. To those that have signed in prior to this session, I shall call individuals to the microphone based on the order of the sign-in. Each statement made by a participant shall be limited to 3 minutes in duration. The total time of public comment shall be limited to 60 minutes. No individual is able to yield their time to another individual. All statements shall be directed to the presiding officer. No participant may address or question board members individually. The following rules for public participation shall apply. Time limits will be strictly enforced. No personal attacks on individuals. No vulgar or indecent language. A person may address the board no more than once during a single meeting. Speakers should refrain from naming individuals. Comments or questions posed during public participation will not be debated. The presiding officer may interrupt, warn, or terminate a participant's statement when the statement is too lengthy, personally directed, abusive, obscene, or irrelevant. Request an individual to leave the meeting when that person does not observe reasonable decorum. Request the assistance of law enforcement officers in the removal of a disorderly person when that person's conduct interferes with the orderly progress of the meeting. Call for a recess or an adjournment to another time when the lack of public decorum so interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting as to warrant such action. This evening we have 24 people signed up at 3 minutes apiece, and the duration of the public speaking is 60 minutes, so hopefully we can get everybody in. Vivian Figueroa Roman from Elizabeth, New Jersey.
Fun-sized. Good evening.
Good evening.
I have been with this district for over 20 years. Morale in the district is at an all-time low. Teachers on a daily basis, weekends included, are trying their hardest to help educate our students. You say you care about the teachers, you care about the students, yet both are severely struggling on a daily basis. As a board, You claim your offer of a new contract is more than fair. It doesn't even come close. Inflation is up, insurance is up, and many are struggling to make ends meet. Teachers are leaving the district in droves, and yet we can't get new teachers. Because who would want to come work in a district that has no contract and all the issues that are happening here? ESL support positions are not being filled, and the students are suffering. We came back from COVID and went to business as usual, never taking into account the loss that we had of a year and a half worth of learning. In fact, it was just the opposite. More and more initiatives, more and more work for the teachers that took away time from trying to help the students gain back what they had lost. All this accomplished was widening the learning gap. We are in buildings with positions still not filled. If that wasn't bad enough, teacher support is non-existent due to them having to cover. As a bilingual support teacher, I have been pulled from teaching my students in order to help fill in where there's vacancies. I have not taught my full schedule once since this school year began. Teachers are already feeling burnt out, and it's only October. Why? Because they never know. Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry. It's taking many of us hours to put together lesson plans due to the many different levels of English and bilingual, Spanish, Portuguese, Arabic, Creole, and trying to create and translate documents and activities and plans. Why? Because they never know whether we're going to be in the classroom or the ESL teacher is going to be coming in due to the lack of coverage. You say you care and want to help. Just spend one day in our shoes. Not just teaching the lessons, but actually rolling up your sleeves and covering and creating all the different lessons and the languages and the levels that we currently have in our buildings. I, as well as others, love educating the students in our district. However, it has become more stressful and discouraging as the days go by. All we are asking is for a fair contract and the resources needed to educate the students of the city of Olympia.
Excuse me.
Anne Marie Colzari.
Thank you. Mr. Kennedy, can you repeat the next speaker, please?
Anne Marie Colzari.
Thank you.
Before you begin, you didn't put down what city you're from.
Oh, Cranford.
Cranford, thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I would like to first state that I'm a team member with the Elizabeth Board of Education. I'm not a number or a data point. I am not a number. I am the guidance counselor who comes in early to ensure her food insecure students get breakfast, whose depressed students aren't cutting themselves, and whose violent students reduce their incidents as best as they can. I'm not a number. I am the security guard, a peacekeeper, who is the first line of defense when conflicts escalate, putting myself constantly in harm's way for educators and students. I make sure everyone feels safe. I'm not a number. I'm the custodian, cleaning urine and feces off bathroom walls. I make endless piles of classroom waste disappear so that students can learn in a clean and comfortable environment. I am not a number. I'm the bus driver who carefully navigates crowded streets to bring students to and from school, and who is often left alone, yet manages to ensure that all students arrive safely. I am not a number, I'm a teacher. I work countless unpaid hours, planning, grading, engaging parents, filling out district paperwork, analyzing data. And we are all no one without each other. And frankly, neither are you. We are all the EBOE, and yet our salaries are frozen. We are all the EBOE, and yet we don't have a contract. So please, give respect to your team members by giving us a well-deserved contract. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Kennedy.
Ann Ehring from the EEA.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
First, I'd like to say I'm sorry to that beautiful young lady whose night was kind of popped because she was used as a pawn tonight, trying to get us to be distracted. I too would like to speak about the low morale within the district. We're working without a contract, and a good contract goes hand in hand with making staff members feel appreciated. Inflation is at an all-time high, our salaries are frozen, our health benefits were raised, and it is disheartening that the district does not respect the staff, the very people that you rely on to make this district special. Low morale has caused resignation numbers to increase at an alarming rate. Never have I ever seen so many people leave a district after the school year has begun. It is no shock that seasoned teachers are resigning and accepting offers in higher paying districts. Schools are dealing with the negative impacts of these severe staff shortages. Substitutes are not readily available. Specials classes, art, gym, music, etc. are canceled often. Teachers lose essential prep time needed for the day-to-day planning of lessons, grading, and parent communications. Special education staff is pulled to cover, and this means that IEPs are not receiving the mandated services that they're supposed to. Similar to that, the bilingual and ESL teachers are also pulled constantly to cover their classes. As we enter the second half of the marking period, my own building is still without a middle school social studies teacher, an art teacher, an ESL teacher, and a third grade teacher. Tonight, somebody from School 6 told me there's only one language arts teacher who teaches 3 classes at one time in the cafeteria. That's insane. How can principals run schools efficiently without staff? It's becoming ridiculous. And we're working on short staff for the second year in a row. I've never seen it like this in my life. As you know, teachers spend October in PLC meetings reviewing and analyzing data. As you know, students are tested constantly, Start Strong, benchmarks, unit tests, the NJSLA exam, and those are all morale busters because everybody's tested to the point of exhaustion. I was told that one of our assistant superintendents told a group of principals that any teacher that has students with failing test scores should not receive proficient scores on their observations. One, this goes against the Danielson whole framework. 2, if teachers are evaluated according to test scores, staff is going to run from your most challenging buildings. This is a thought that teachers can magically inspire and educate students into passing a test.
Thank you. Thank you.
Carol D. Girolamo. And before you begin, you didn't list your city either.
Okay.
What is it?
Mattawan.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll make this quick. I'm tired. I'm tired of being told I'm not doing enough. I'm tired of spending my weekends doing work for the Board of Education without getting paid. I'm tired of spending time doing work and not with my family. I'm tired of digging into my pocket to buy materials that I feel the board should be buying for me, for my students. I'm tired of being tired. And most of all, I'm tired of not being paid what I'm worth.
Thank you.
John Griffin, EEA President.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've enjoyed meeting the EEA. The EEA is almost 4,000 members strong. We represent food service workers, secretaries, teachers, nurses, CST, guard, drivers, multi-purpose workers, nurses, and child study team members. We are your educators, and we are the backbone of this district. Some of the people you see here have dedicated themselves to the children's education for decades. They're selfless, hardworking, caring, and dedicated to the community we're all part of. They give, and they give. And why then, when it comes to paying them what they're worth, you won't give? And because you won't give, we find ourselves without a contract. Yet we didn't come here just because we don't have a contract. We didn't come here just because our salaries are frozen during some of the most trying economic times in decades. This is about more than that. This is about the future of Elizabeth. A fair contract settlement is just the first step in elevating Elizabeth. We are here to work with you.
Excuse me, can you check mic? Thank you.
Stop the time.
IT, can you please check the mic? President Mr. Griffin, one moment, please. We check your mic. Thank you.
IT, and can you put his clock back to 1:47? That's when he went mute. 1:47.
150, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Close the battery. The battery's good. Turned it off.
As loud as I can. The IT department, there's a switch on here. I must have pulled on a switch. Not a conspiracy theory.
John, can you repeat that statement in the microphone, please?
Yes, we didn't hear you.
I just wanted to apologize. I shut the mic off when I adjusted it. I didn't realize there was a switch on top.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We're here to work with you to ensure that every student receives the strongest foundation for success. But things can't continue to go on the way they are. There are real problems which require real solutions and cooperation between the EEA and the board. Staff morale is at an all-time low. Staff shortages are crippling the district. Teacher resignations are at record highs and rising. Outside vendors can't meet our demand for substitutes. Our most vulnerable students aren't receiving services. Our educators cannot close the learning gap without the proper supports in place, and it's directly impacting our kids. This is a vicious cycle, but it's not the worst of it. We know how we feel about this district, but how does this district feel about us? We surveyed our teachers, and 92% of them responded by saying they strongly agree that the board doesn't care about their health and well-being. Well, the answer is you don't care, and that's the problem. Look no further than School 2, where people are getting sick and no one knows why. It's been going on for weeks, and nothing has been done to fix the problem, only to mask it. Teachers had to beg to move out of rooms which were affected and still are. I shouldn't have to file a complaint with the state for you to take action. Now you're scrambling. Please understand that there is more than one reason our members are outside buildings with signs in the morning and engage in the community at events like Back to School Night. They need more competitive salaries. They need more time to do their jobs. They need more support, and they need to feel safe. It starts with a contract. You do not have a funding problem, you have an allocation problem. Stop spending money on programs, attorneys, and improving the district's aesthetics, and invest in the most important resource you have, us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please, Mr. Kennedy.
Leo Karamazana from the EEA.
Check, check. Damas y caballeros de la Junta, esta noche el EEA está aquí En total somos casi 4,000 personas, somos casi 4,000 educadores. Como educadores somos una parte importante del distrito y de la vida de los alumnos. Mis miembros trabajan duro, son cariñosos y dedicados a la comunidad de Elizabeth. Algunas de las personas aquí han dedicado décadas de su vida ayudando a los estudiantes a alcanzar la excelencia. ¿Por qué entonces, cuando se trata de pagarles lo que valen, ustedes no valoran la excelencia? No valoran el trabajo duro, fuerte que los educadores hacen todos los días. Pero no venimos aquí solo porque no tenemos un contrato. No venimos aquí solo porque nuestros salarios están congelados durante tiempos económicos tan difíciles. Estamos aquí porque lo que afecta a los educadores afecta a los estudiantes. Estamos aquí para trabajar con usted para garantizar que cada estudiante y educador recibe lo que necesitan. Pero las cosas no pueden seguir como están. Hay problemas reales que necesitan que nosotros trabajemos juntos. La moral de los trabajadores está muy baja. Hay escasez en trabajadores. Las renuncias están subiendo. No hay sustitutos. Estudiantes no están recibiendo servicios. Educadores no están recibiendo la ayuda necesaria. Es un ciclo vicioso porque una cosa agrava a la otra. Piensan en esto. 92% de maestros están de acuerdo en que la Junta no se preocupa de su salud. La prueba de su preocupación se puede ver en lugares como la escuela número 2, donde la gente se enferma, pero nadie sabe por qué. Y el presidente no debería haber tenido que presentar una queja ante el Estado para que hagas algo. Como puedes ver, hay problema aquí. Los miembros y la comunidad conocen que ese problema no es con el dinero, pero cómo se usa. Parece que los abogados, programas y la estética del distrito es más importante que las personas que enseñan a nuestros estudiantes. Una vez más, hay más que una razón porque el EEA y la comunidad están aquí esta noche. Lo que afecta a los educadores afecta a toda la comunidad. El contrato es el primer paso. Trabaja con nosotros que los estudiantes de Elizabeth puedan alcanzar la excelencia que se merecen. Thank you.
Elizabeth Cobes.
Thank you.
And we need your city also.
Somerset?
Somerset, thank you.
Good evening. I was not planning on speaking tonight, but I have in the last few days felt compelled to let you know why I am leaving the district. I grew up in Elizabeth, New Jersey, in fact, right down the street from where I am presently a teacher. My plan was to retire from the Elizabeth Board of Education. I have met some of the best colleagues that have become friends and family. I am a 4th grade advanced bilingual teacher. When I asked what that meant, I was told that I would be teaching WIDA Level 3 and 4 students. These would be students that are bridging over from from Spanish to English. It was exciting to know that the program would be done properly. My first year, I had 15 students, some of which were level 1 and 2. The reason being is that where I work does not have a counterpart bilingual 4th grade teacher, which would take all the level 1 and 2 students. This felt like a bait and switch. I was happy to be here and to be teaching bilingual students. I figured it is what it is. Then a few weeks later into the year, I was told I would be getting a student from another 4th grade classroom because of disciplinary issues. He was not a Spanish speaker. And then a few weeks later, I received yet another student from another 4th grade class because of disciplinary issues, and he was also not a Spanish speaker. I accepted the hand that I was dealt because what else could I do? The year finished out and I was happy to have figured out the deal with the curveballs. I'm going to skip over. The following year was pretty much the same. Last year, I started off with 25 students, and as the year went, I received 3 newcomers from Latin American countries, and I received 1 behavior issue from another 4th grade classroom, which put me at 29 students, 28 of which were Spanish bilingual students. I had to help my newcomers plus my level 1 and 2 students as best I could. I still had level 3 and 4 students that I needed to help, plus the child I received from another 4th grade class that was very low and reluctant to do any work. I was burnt out. I was exhausted. I reached out to my supervisor asking if I could be considered for a grade level transfer because I was burnt out. She said she understood and had something in mind for me. I never heard back from her. I reached out to the human resources supervisor. I have yet to receive a reply from him. I'm going to skip down to I'm leaving.
Thank you.
Patricia Brady, Cranford, New Jersey.
Good evening. I'm
Good
just
evening.
here. I was here a couple of years ago, and I was up here facing the Board of Education, everyone saying, I've been an educator in this district of Elizabeth for 30 years. When I began teaching, I could not believe I was actually getting paid to do this. We were valued. We worked with principals. We were a true family at every school. Now, teachers are afraid to speak up. Teachers are afraid to do anything because there will be retaliation. And I'm speaking for everyone behind me. We talk about student achievement. I have bilingual children, ESL children in my classroom. I have one girl from another country. I'm on Google Translate when the in-class support teachers don't show up. Le luz, por favor. I'm looking on my phone for Google Translate. She's not being serviced. Why do I have in a 2nd grade classroom, why do I have children who can barely read on a kindergarten level? Because they went to summer school, they didn't pass, but yet they can move on to the next. Why do we keep widening the gap? I got Orton Gillingham trained. I've been waiting 15 years to be trained in Orton Gillingham that I heard 15 years ago. I am more than willing to do the after-school tutoring with Orton Gillingham to get those students in my class who are not on level and any other kids, but I can't. It can only be done before school from 7:30 to 8:15 or lunchtime in a 40-minute lunchtime. Lunch is my time to leave. Take a break, walk out, re-enter. Why are we failing these children? Why are we failing these families? It takes a village. There is no more village. There used to be. And that's all I have to say.
Debbie Spiegel, Union Beach, New Jersey.
Good evening, Madam Superintendent and members of the board. My name is Debbie Spiegel, and I am the head EEA representative at Winfield Scott School Number 2. As you know, recently, School Number 2 has been experiencing a serious situation. Several classrooms have reported water entering the classroom and/or office, which caused the walls to crumble and materials to be destroyed. One classroom reported ceiling tiles falling, and 5 classroom teachers, as well as their scholars, were relocated to other areas of the building to an extremely overwhelming odor resembling ammonia. A repair to one of the water-damaged walls was made. Was the wall replaced or simply patched? What was found behind the wall? What tests were conducted? The wall is plaster. Were the laths replaced? Is it our understanding that the source of the odor in water has not yet been properly identified or remediated? We kindly ask that the board and the district leadership provide transparency with the exact steps that were taken to identify the cause and the proactive measures that will be in place going forward. Additionally, we ask that this transparent communication include detailed reports from any and all environmental testing that was conducted, as well as in-depth work orders and the timetable of their execution. We want to assure that our members and scholars are receiving equitable learning experiences in classrooms that are conducive to teaching and learning. Currently, classrooms are doubled up in the library and on the gym stage, which in turn displaces the gym students. The current situation, while not ideal, has proven that School 2 staff members are indeed the best educators around. School 2 educators and building leadership have been supportive to their colleagues and students who are affected so that the focus remains on teaching and learning while simultaneously working diligently to ensure that the culture and climate of the building remain in a positive form. However, our staff members are growing tired and worried. Since the district has not been able to identify the causes of the smell in water, our members are worried that their health and the health of their students may perhaps be at risk. In addition, notifying the parents of displaced classes should never fall on the shoulders of the educators. The notification should come directly from central office. We ask that you please notify parents immediately. We appreciate your time and know that you will do what is fair and right for the School 2 family. Thank you for listening.
Jackie Encarnacion, Edison, New Jersey. Jackie Encarnacion. Okay. Nick Nicoletta from the EA.
Good evening, Madam Superintendent, Board Commissioners, members of the community, and my awesome EEA members. I have heard over the past several years and months the words best, average, fair used frequently in the district. Let's start with the word best. On many district buses and communication, it says Elizabeth, the best urban district in New Jersey. I must ask, why aren't our members paid as the best urban teachers in the district, educators in the district? The district has hired one of the best basketball and football coaches in the state and compensates them very, very well. Probably the best in the state. Why not the same for my members who keep the district running, educate, and care about all the youth of Elizabeth? My EEA members are the best. Average is the next word I like to talk about. The past several years have been anything but average. Our members have overcome so much. Let us not forget, we lost 9 members, 3 from the same building to COVID. Our K-8 teachers are teaching much more time than the average K-8 teachers anywhere in the state. Now we are dealing with economic times that are anything but average, but yet you want to compensate our members slightly above the county average. The district budget went up almost 17%, or $97 million, has $82 million in the bank, no outstanding bonds. There's nothing average about the district's financial status. Now let's talk about fair. There's not much to talk about fair relating to the district, except in the terms that the district's like a fairy tale. Except in this fairy tale, it's called Hypocrisyville. There's so much, and I even talking to people outside. Do what I say, not what I do. Imagine we dragged out, I went into class, like this meeting started, and dragged everything out for my students to make it difficult for them. That would not fly. There's more concerned about politics than people. The district drags so many simple issues and common sense issues out more and makes it more difficult than they have to be. There's even more that I can't fit into the speech. Now let's talk about the word real. This food receipt here is real. It's costing my members over 20% more to put food and necessities on the table for their families. So with the 3.9% and less that you're offering in the other years, please tell me on this receipt what my members should sacrifice to their families. Fresh food over frozen food? What should they do? When the winter comes, should they eat or heat? What should they do? That is real. We are losing educators each month. Class sizes are increasing. They're burning our members out. That is real. Many policies you've put in place care more about the students passing than learning.
Thank you.
Desiree Nana from Elizabeth, New Jersey.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I just want to say to all the teachers out here, thank you for everything you do. And you really don't deserve the treatment you're getting. I think it's horrible. It's funny how I recently had respect for all of you, and I just lost it. Because the only reason why I'm in school is because of all these teachers and educators. And you're not alone. You have students supporting you. Even if you feel like that, you have students. And we will continue to support you. We're not backing down.
Thank you.
Nikita Clark Cuff from Elizabeth.
Good evening.
Good evening.
As he said, my name is Nikita Clark Huff. That's Clark with an E. I am a proud and former retired Army veteran that is a secretary in your district for over 25 years. Okay? I am being constantly inundated with the lack of subs in our district, where so that I am getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning to look for coverage for my school because there's nobody coming to cover my teachers. I am constantly splitting classes and inundating teachers that already have a sizable class size with more students. And if not, then I'm pulling my ESL, my music teacher, or whoever warm body I can find to sit with our kids. And to be frank, I'm getting agita over all of this. But my staff is fantastic. They work with me every day to make sure that our students get what they need and that they're supported and that nobody is left behind. But as we're speaking left behind, I'm looking at my calendar and I'm wondering why secretaries are constantly being left behind. November 8th is a day that's off for the students and the teachers. It's election day. But I am a secretary. I am coming to work that day along with custodians and security. And then another point is now Easter break, administrators have Easter break off the whole week along with students, faculty, and assistants, but I, again, a secretary, am coming to work that week. It has always been told to me that I support my administrator, so that is why when they're in the building, I'm in the building. So I want to know, if they're not in the building, why am I coming to the building? I just need somebody to explain that to me because it starts and ends with a secretary. We are the driving force. If we don't show up, nothing gets done. As someone said before, you can never pay me my worth, but you need to pay me what you owe me. Thank you.
Marie Tischner
Thank you.
from
Can you-
Westfield, New Jersey.
Mr. Kennedy, can you repeat? Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marie Tischner. I'm a first grade teacher and the EEA recording secretary. Teachers and staff are bringing home an average of $2,000 less per year than they did a decade ago when adjusted for inflation. And let's not forget the high cost of insurance brought on by Chapter 78, which also compounds a lower net of income for the entire membership. The erosion of the educators' pay over the years, coupled with the marginalization of the profession, has led to an alarming teacher shortage in this district. Failing to address the educator shortage has led to a negative effect on our students and the entire staff. This shortage has caused many of our educators to become substitutes on a daily or weekly basis. So what happens when these teachers are pulled from the positions they were hired to do? Our students suffer. They do not receive the services required in their IEP. The ESL student does not have anyone to help them assimilate into a new culture and language because their teacher is covering an 8th grade social studies class or a 2nd grade homeroom instead of helping them. Again, all because the district did not do their due diligence in hiring more staff. This practice is also creating a larger learning gap. There are no reading tutors for our struggling students. These valuable teachers are now all in the classroom due to the shortage of new hires, again, creating a larger learning gap for our struggling students. The Board of Ed needs to attract and retain staff to work and teach in Elizabeth. To do that, the contract must reflect raises that ensure members and their families a way to combat the economic crisis in this country, and the staff must feel valued and want to remain in this city. One of the higher priorities items that educators have identified is the need for more time to dedicate to needs and responsibilities beyond classroom instruction. Several things can be done to help reorganize time in order to lessen the workload. Reorganizing the school day, adjusting bell schedules, and adjusting academic programs. We need to start negotiating to solve these problems. If things don't change, the system will come crumbling down.
Thank you.
Carmen Bernasconi from Hillsborough, New Jersey.
Buenas noches. Mi
Good
nombre
evening.
es Carmen Bernasconi. Yo soy una maestra bilingüe aquí en el distrito por 25 años. Nuestros estudiantes no están siendo servidos porque no hay maestros. Nos usan en estoy en 2 edificios. En un edificio yo estoy mediodía. Soy la única que está haciendo su trabajo para toda la escuela, la única maestra bilingüe. Las maestras de ESL están en salones permanentes porque no hay maestros. Las maestras bilingües en salón permanentes porque no hay maestros, enseñando estudios sociales o enseñando segundo grado. Las maestras de educación especial no están sirviendo a sus estudiantes porque tienen que cubrir los salones que no tienen maestros. No nos quieren dar un contrato. Sin contrato no hay maestros. Sin maestros no hay educación. Gracias.
Gracias. Thank you.
Giselle Best from Elizabeth.
Good night. I am a parent of kids at school too, and I stand for my teachers, and I stand for my children. And to have my children come home and complain of not being in a classroom and being cramped with 2 classes put together because of mold in the classroom, and have my son having bloody noses at nights and coughing. This is not acceptable. These teachers deserve more. These teachers deserve way more than what is being offered. Without teachers, we do not have successful children. Come on and support our teachers and come together. It's not just for the teachers. Without teachers, we have nothing. Elizabeth is supposed to be the #1 in education. Prove it. Prove it. Children and teachers come first, and teachers go way beyond for our students. Teachers dip into their pockets for our students. Teachers care about our students. When students don't have, they provide. If they are providing and they cannot have the resources to, what's going to happen? School is supposed to be a safe place for our students. It's not right now. Teachers are overworked and underpaid. Teachers are stressed out, and you expect them to hold it together to teach a class. It's very hard. Being a parent, we know how stressful it can be. So when you have teachers in a classroom with 15, 16 kids, and you have that doubled by 2, it's stressful. And they need the support, and they need to understand what these teachers are going through. Come on. Our kids come first. Our teachers are here to provide for them. Let's come together and do this for our kids.
Thank you.
Christina Rangel from Elizabeth.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Christina Rangel. I am a parent. I am going to speak about 2 concerns today. First, I would like to direct attention to our teacher shortage. The lack of appreciation and respect for the teachers who are still in our schools and those who are no longer with us is atrocious. These teachers and paraprofessionals were first responders for our children during remote learning, and every parent knows what these teachers face because we were right there too. Make this right. This is affecting our children's education. Second, I will be speaking about the lack of importance given to the children in our special education department. The things I have heard are appalling, not to mention go against FAPE IDEA, which by the way is a federal law. There are children in our schools and with IEPs stating they should be receiving certain services and/or therapies who are not. For example, in School 5, Mabel G. Holmes, there are children not receiving speech therapy at all, and parents are being told that the therapist has not been able to attend to their child. In School 28, Juan Pablo Duarte, there are children not receiving speech therapy as many times as they're supposed to, as stated in their IEPs. Parents are being told that it all depends on the availability of the therapist. Most of these parents were not notified until back to school night, and those who didn't attend were never notified. This is not in conformity of what a free appropriate public education is supposed to be. It is illegal in every state in the U.S. So why are we not hiring more therapists? Why are we relying on the handful to run from school to school to attend to all of these children when it's obviously not possible? Why are we falling short on children with special needs? I received a letter stating that Elizabeth Public Schools has requested a waiver to increase my child's classroom size to 7 students when that classroom has had 7 students since the first day of school. Yet I received a letter this week. I don't know what the point is of that letter, but I do know this. You will not overcrowd my daughter's classroom. You will not add more students to her classroom now or later. You will not overcrowd any special education classrooms. You need to accommodate any and every student with special needs by opening up more classrooms, hiring more special education teachers, hiring therapists, and hiring more paraprofessionals. There is no cutting corners here. It is not going to happen. Parents are not going to go against teachers, and we parents will not be divided either. We want what is best in the best interest of our children. And what is it that you want? Is it an appropriate education for our students? If it is, then hire qualified teachers, sign a fair contract. I support the Elizabeth Education.
Thank you.
Christina Marrera. Christina Marrera from Elizabeth.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Mr. Kennedy, you want to know where I live?
Elizabeth.
See? So first of all, I want to say congratulations to the young lady who was chosen to be our student representative. I want you to remember, young lady, to stay true to who you are, listen and take input from those who you are here to represent, and be very careful with who you surround yourself with. I want to just reiterate on what Christine said about, and some of the teachers here have spoken about, the people that are being most impacted are our most vulnerable population, our ESL, English Language Learners students, and our special education students. This is nothing new. It's been happening for years, but it's been exacerbated by the lack of a contract. And yes, this is going on as far as teacher shortages all over, but it can be helped if the teachers here feel valued, they feel like they're cared for, and they're rewarded with what they should be getting, which is a fair contract. And you know, it's interesting enough that there's a teacher here from my school who spoke about Orton Gillingham. I've been begging for Orton Gillingham now for the past, 3 years, and constantly told there's no Orton Gillingham specialist in my building. So how shocked I was to hear that there was a teacher in my building who has taken Orton Gillingham. Yet you have all paid almost $90,000 to fight me in court. So while you all are not getting supplies and whatever, they're spending $90,000 on a lawyer so that I cannot get my child evaluated. This is where our tax dollars are going, okay? So there's a lot more I can go on to say, but I don't want to take up too much time because I know there's a lot of people that still want to speak. But I do want to say we are still without a functioning CPAC. Parents of special needs children still do not have a place to come and talk about these issues, to bring them to you so that you can continue to address them or start to address them. But I do want to say, with all of that, I want to thank you, Madam Superintendent, Mr. Candolino, for coming together and creating a special needs swim program, a much needed and much wanted program for our special needs children. I have no problem giving accolades where accolades are deserved. So thank you, and I hope that this is a pathway to starting more programs.
Thank you.
Jeremiah Laporte from Elizabeth.
Good evening, board members.
Good evening.
Good evening, EEA. I love you guys. Congrats, Maria. You're a new precedent set. Now, many of you know what the YES program is, as it is one of the youth's largest resources to come to Elizabeth. The YES program is a standing strand of the New Jersey School-Based Youth Services Program, a powerful and influential program given mental health and other amazing resources to high school students of Elizabeth. Now, there is a possibility we will be losing this initiative. I think initiatives like this need and deserve not only more recognition, but also support. And yesterday was a great opportunity for me to voice that call. Now, I had the opportunity to testify yesterday at the Joint Senate and Assembly Committee on the Public Schools yesterday in defense of dismantling the School-Based Youth Services Program and against the NJ4S bill. Now, today I want to talk to you a little bit about investing in other mental health initiatives here on our local radar now. Now, I also had the opportunity to meet with a special needs class of students whom I'm privileged to visit occasionally. Shout out to Ms. Richards' class. I get to hear about their day, life challenges they faced, along with other stories from students of the perceived general population. Being able to hear stories and feel the strength they have is amazing, along with all the teachers and staff we've heard today. From what I've gathered during these conversations is one thing is for certain, and I know we can all agree on this: mental health is a top priority for the entire school community. I want to go back to a speech I gave 3 months ago and just quote a portion. We feel like ground zero of bomb threats, shootings, attacks, and all other 490 emergency drills conducted in this year. I have stood here and I plan to continue to stand here as the voice of the students and our concerns. However, we are asking for your voice in return. Show us we aren't speaking to avoid. Show us we are heard during all times and not just in crisis or heartache. There are, and I quote, 28,410 of us. Now, I want to return to this topic today for 2 reasons. First, and mostly important, teachers, as well as other school staff and students, for how far we have come. We are in the crossroads of both a national political crisis of rights, but also a 3-way split pandemic, all of which has not been seen in almost 40 years. So for that, congratulations are due. Now, secondly, I would like to state that this is also a discreditation, one of which we must continue to do better in. We are in the process of possibly losing one of the largest mental health resources we have. We must make sure that that scenario of worst comes to worst, in case it becomes a reality, that we are prepared to continue to cater and give support for that call. But also the immediate blowback and detriments of that. Students and staff both need and should have access to more resources and initiatives now. I think in this case, this is an immediate call to action. This topic is sensitive not only because of mental health, but
Thank you.
Lee Pereira from Elizabeth.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here tonight to support our teachers, but before I begin, I would just like to say thank you to the Department of Special Services for organizing the Saturday Special Needs Basketball program, and also to the boys and girls from the basketball team that come out every Saturday at 9 a.m. I know when I was in high school, I did not want to wake up early on a Saturday, but they do it, and they're there playing with our kids, and the kids are having so much fun and enjoying it, and I hope going forward we can continue doing things like that. As far as the teachers, I came to a meeting once and board members said that they sit up there and sometimes don't know what goes on in the schools. And I get it, you're not there physically every day. But you've been listening to months and months of teacher shortages, aides being pulled out of classrooms that need them, not enough support in the classrooms, resource teachers covering classes that do not have permanent teachers, principals subbing classrooms, and so on. So at this point, you know what's going on. You must come to an agreement that's just and fair for our teachers. They are your front line. It's scary that we're losing teachers at an enormous rate, and especially scary that it's happening in the special needs department. The fact that my child might not get what he should be entitled to, which is a free and appropriate education with proper support so he can excel, is saddening. Our teachers and staff are being stretched thin, and at some point it's going to break, and when it does, it's on you. So please come together and figure something out. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle Santos from Elizabeth.
Good evening.
Good evening.
First, I would like to thank Mr. Candelino for taking on and making sure that the Swimming for Special Needs Kids is now a Saturday program. This is a program that he did not have to tackle, and we are so greatly appreciated to see this happening. I know that he has spoken with the district and that you were in accordance with this program coming to fruition, so I am grateful. Now that I spoke of the good, let me speak of what keeps me up at night. I am very concerned that this district has yet to resolve the teacher's contract. At this point, I do not understand what is so hard. Are we not short enough teachers yet for this to take place? How many more will we have to lose for it to realize something has to happen? My concern is we are so short that this district is putting more pressure on the ones we do have with no concern for them or any help to help them with the overload. Eventually, they will get tired and they will leave too. Today I'm speaking for the special needs community. As of right now, my child has her gen ed, autism, and her in-class support teacher. But I'm scared to ask, how long? What if they are going to leave next? You are so short on special education teachers that are using the in-class support teachers to cover those classes. So what does that mean for the kids that should be receiving their services required per the IEP? Oh wait, they're not. This is neither fair nor acceptable. They need those services to succeed, but instead you are failing them. Regression is real. You shouldn't have to sacrifice some special needs children to accommodate others. They all deserve the same, FAPE, which is not happening at this moment. But rest assured that I will be asking my child every day if she has had her 2 periods with her special education teacher. And if she informs me that she hasn't because she is covering other classes, this district will be providing compensatory services because that is what is owed to her. My child deserves an appropriate education from this district, so do better. Your mission statement says, together we will work to ensure that every child achieves excellence. I don't know how that is possible with the situation that we find ourselves in. And please, do not call special services. There is not much they can do. They do not have control of what happens. You do. They are trying their best to do with what they got, which isn't much. Since they are so short, you are making them go against the law. This should have not gone this far. Teachers are leaving in the double digits monthly, and I don't see the concern that you should be having. Last month, some of the board members said that we don't know what it is to sit in your seat, and you're absolutely right, we don't. But most of you also don't know what it is to be a special needs parent and have to fight for what's right. So you have the power to do what's right. It's not as if this district does not have the money. You receive a lot of funding for our kids, and do not use it on them.
Thank you.
Takika Sessoms from Elizabeth.
Good evening, everyone, and my name is Takia Sessoms. I need you to say it right. I am here today in response to the malicious campaign launched on my son, Isaiah Bridges, by your head football coach, John Fiore. Last month, y'all allowed him to come in here with students, some of these students who had played football with my son since they were children, Pop Warner, and speak ill of my son. He has ostracized my son. My son suffers daily from the fact that Fiore kicked my son off the team. I came to the board, had multiple meetings, and requested a meeting with him and my son. My son had absolutely nothing to do with the altercation that led to my son being 1, suspended, and 2, ostracized. He can no longer attend games. He can no longer see his friends. He even reached out to his coach to ask if he could have a meeting with him to come back to the team. And Mr. Fiore ignored him, blatantly ignored him. Has an iPhone, he showed red. Read it, didn't say anything to Isaiah. I'm a little confused how all of y'all sit here and say that you are for the children and you want the board to be so supportive of the children, but you allowed this man to come in and take something away from my son that he can never get back. There's absolutely nothing that any of y'all sitting here today can do to replace what my son lost. Every day, Isaiah has to suffer from that. My son made a post on his social media page that says if people ask me why I'm not playing football anymore because I would have went far, I want you to know that it hurts. My family has a lineage in Elizabeth, New Jersey. I am a product of Elizabeth High School. I am a product of Elizabeth Public School systems. My mother still works here. My aunts are teachers here, paraprofessionals, and so is my sister. I am calling nicely right now for the resignation of John Fiore. He is not here to serve our students. His level of prejudice and racist reactions to my son should not be tolerated. And my husband, a 10-year Army veteran, who is facing charges because of Fiore. And yet again, y'all sit here. Nobody on this board, African American, Hispanic or not, have reached out to me except Olga. And I give her that respect, but nothing has been done. Y'all have allowed this man to continue to be here while my son suffers. My family was here before him, we gonna be here after him. And this is not the last that you're gonna hear of it. But make no mistakes about it, he needs to resign. And again, I'm asking you nicely now. The next time it won't be so calm, it won't be so nice.
Thank you.
Jonathan Yelverton from Linden.
Good evening, teachers and parents and students. It seems that a lot of this systemic racism is going on with board members like this. It's happening all over this country, California. You know what's happening over there. You people ought to follow suit and resign now, all of you. It is a disgrace how you allow your staff to treat these students, in particular, the young lady who just spoke about her son. I spoke with her husband. I know what that family's going through. It is absolutely disgusting how you allow this to happen in a district that you represent. As I said before, none of you are worth the paper that they print your taxes on. None of you. And to the young lady that spoke to my brother at the last meeting, you don't get to wag your finger at black men. You know who I'm talking to. How dare you? And that is not how it works. What the hell do you think we want to meet with you for? You should be reaching out to meet with us. This is your platform. And to all the other black brothers that are up here, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Racism, white supremacy is built
listen.
on three things.
Well, I'm not going to tolerate the disrespect, so you're going to stop while you're going.
I'm not stopping.
No. You're not going to sit here and disrespect us.
Excuse me.
You're not going to sit here and disrespect us. This is what you do when you come here. Every time you come here.
Commissioner Nerone, speak.
Every time you come here. Well, keep coming. You keep coming. And I'm not going to. That's what you think. That's what you believe. You don't know that. All right, keep going. Keep going. All I'm going to tell you is this. You're not going to keep disrespecting us. We're not going to stand for it. All right? Once you start to disrespect the board members and people sitting up here, that's when it stops.
Sir. Ridiculous. You're done, sir. Please sit down, sir. Have him sit down.
He has 59 seconds. Let him finish his time.
That's great. I know.
Here you go again.
Out the order.
Yeah?
That's it.
Hey, get him out of here.
No, we are not tolerate that behavior, please.
Disrespectful.
We are not tolerate that behavior.
Go. Yeah.
Kason Little. Our last,
We're done, Mr. Kennedy.
last.
Excuse me, we are not tolerate this behavior. One moment, please. Okay? One moment, please, Kaysan. One moment. Thank you. Kaysan, give me one moment. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Kaysan. Can you please start? One moment, please. Check the mic, Kaysan. Can you please check? Right here, Olga. Right here. IT, one more time. Check, Kaysan. Somebody's coming to check. Don't worry.
Mic check.
Thank you. Good evening.
Ooh, shabba dabba da. Before I continue and get started, to our teachers, you already know the community supports you, we value you, we cherish you, and we're gonna keep fighting beside you. There's a couple of things that obviously we need to address tonight. And people felt very compelled and emboldened tonight, but yet the same voices that want to speak up when truth to power speaking is being spoke, I have a problem with that. We always want to be reactive instead of being proactive, but we always never want to have the conversation when it comes to what it is and what it looks like when we want to root out racism and acts of hatred in our community. I have a damn problem with that. I have a problem when we have a principal who's now at central office who recently called black people monkeys as another racist alternative suggestion, okay? But yet, you want to be reactive and instead of being proactive, and you want to sit here and tell him, oh, no, discriminating against the content of free speech. You don't get to do that. That is not how that works. That is not how that works. Because people are not kissing your coattails on what you want them to come here and speak about. Speaking the truth is never always popular, but it is needed. It is something that is just, that we must do. Instead of being accomplices to white supremacy in action. That is what it is. And that is what separates black people. Since we wanted to touch on the subject at last meeting about what separates black people, please do not discriminate against the content of my free speech. You do not get to do that. You are welcoming yourself to lawsuits in the making. You do not get to do that. That is not how this goes. I don't know who died and left you boss thinking that you control the people. The people hold you accountable. You do not hold the people accountable. And if you feel like that's how it goes, resign now. Pick yourself up out of those chairs and let people who want to serve and give these teachers fair treatment and contracts and support that they are deserving to get. And most importantly, our children who are subjected to that level of hatred in our everyday classrooms. But we know how this works here. We listen to what this mayor tells us to do. Like he runs Twitter and he says, any teacher, and I quote, if you participate in a strike, you will not receive a promotion. Since when the hell a school board election became partisan? I thought it was nonpartisan. I thought it was no political affiliation whatsoever. Well, welcome to Elizabeth, because Chris Boas calls the shots. And if y'all don't listen to him, you're out of a job at City Hall, you're out of a job at the county, because that's going to be your retaliation. No, I don't.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker, Madam President.
At this time, I will close the public comment portion of the meeting. The President requests a motion to go into private section.
Madam President,
Yes, Commissioner Jerry Jacobs.
I'd like to take a moment to recognize, to speak and recognize Jeremiah Laporte. Jeremiah Laporte reached out to me earlier this week in reference to him testifying in front of the NJYSB committee, state committee, concerning mental health, which is something that he's been championing for quite some time. He contacted me and told me that he was interested in doing it. But what impressed me the most about Jeremiah was his initiative to reach out to the state committee to request to testify, and they granted him that opportunity to do so. He spoke to me yesterday after his testimony and told me how well it had gone, and that he had represented the city of Elizabeth well. He mentioned the fact that Assemblywoman Angela McKnight and Assemblywoman Verlinda Reynolds Jackson were in attendance, and they praised him on a great job that he did. I reached out to Assemblywoman Verlinda Reynolds Jackson last night and asked her, how did Jeremiah do? And she responded that he was awesome, that he really represented our district well, and he really was knowledgeable about the program and how important it was for mental health. And so I think we should just take a moment to recognize something that a young man is doing in our community for our students and our community and our schools. So thank you, Jeremiah Laporte. Appreciate you.
Go, Jeremiah. Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs. At this time, the President requests a motion to go into private section to consider matters set under the Open Public Meeting Act, specifically for discussion, land acquisition, legal matter, specifically settlement agreement RN, settlement of working compensation matter AN, proposed policy revision. The board will reconvene in public and may take formal action. May I have a motion and a second?
Motion to go to private. I second that motion.
The motion has been made and properly second. Mr. Kennedy, roll call, please.
Barbosa.
Yes.
Carvalho.
Yes.
Chevres.
Yes.
Dorsley. Jacobs. Naron.
Yes.
Goncalves Pestana. Marina Ortega.
Are there additional items to be added to the agenda?
Yes, there's two items to be added to the full agenda that was here at the beginning of the evening. There's a resolution for a settlement agreement with RM and a first reading of a revised policy for HIB. That policy is available for review in the Office of the School Business Administrator.
Thank you. Now, the superintendent will now present the HIB report.
President, I appreciate it. If I could have, thank you. I'm going to play from, I'm sorry. Yes. Perfect. Are you able to manage it from up there? Yes? Okay, perfect. The harassment, intimidation, and bullying 2021-2022 self-assessment completed at the end of each year by our school safety teams, which includes our school administration, school counselors, school-based social workers, and teaching staff. Next slide, please. Why is a no-bully zone important to our school community? That's why it's so important to understand our data for this evening. Next slide, please. So we know that every child has the right to go to school and get an education no matter what size, shape, color, race, disability, or financial background he or she has. Next slide, please. Wellbeing SEL Day at Jerome Dunn Academy last school year focused on an SEL initiative, the Nurtured Heart Approach. Next slide, please. So the question is, how has the Elizabeth Public Schools graded the implementation of the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights Act? A rubric was developed by the state to aid districts in assessing schools' efforts and improving them Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights programs. The rubric consists of 8 core elements and 26 indicators. Each indicator can receive a score of 0 to 3 points, and the rubric is designed to be a growth model intended to enhance district-wide programs and implementation. Next slide, please. So the first core element of the self-assessment is assessing our programs, approaches, and initiatives, and this consists of 5 indicators, A through E. In order to meet the requirement, score a 2 for each of these indicators, the school would have to establish, implement, and assess HIB programs and have involved various groups, including school staff, students, administrators, volunteers, parents, law enforcement, and community members. Each school would also have to show that their HIB programs, approaches, and initiatives were designed to create school-wide conditions to prevent and address HIB, and that each school's safety team has identified patterns of HIB and reviewed climate policies to prevent HIB. Next slide, please. The second core element, training on our Board of Education HIB policy. For each school to have met the requirements for these indicators, all employees and students would have been provided with training on our policy. Next slide, please. The third core element consists of 5 indicators. To meet the requirement, all teaching staff members and administrators must have completed instruction in HIB prevention and suicide prevention that included information on HIB during their 5-year professional development period. Next slide, please. The fourth element of the HIB assessment assesses our curriculum and instruction and related information. To meet these requirements, the schools would have to have evidence of age-appropriate instruction to all students on preventing HIB throughout the school year. Next slide, please. The fifth core element assesses HIB personnel. This consists of 3 indicators, and to meet these requirements, each school is to have evidence that the principal appointed an anti-bullying specialist to perform the ABS duties. They perform the duties, and each school has the name, school number, school address, and email address on their school's website. The sixth core element assesses each school-level incident reporting procedure. This consists of 2 indicators. In order to meet these indicators, each school would have to demonstrate that all responsible school staff implemented all the requirements, including any anonymous reports, verbal reports, written reports. The 7th core element assesses each school's HIB investigation procedure, and it consists of 4 indicators. For our schools to meet these requirements, parents of all alleged offenders and victims were to have been notified of the investigation and allegations and were informed of the availability of counseling. Schools must affirm that all investigations were completed within 10 school days. Next. Perfect. The 8th and final core element consists of 2 indicators. For our schools to meet the requirements, they would have to demonstrate evidence that the school has a procedure for ensuring that staff members report the required information for all incidents of violence, vandalism, and HIB, and that there's a process in place to ensure all reports include all required information. For each of these elements and indicators we just reviewed, scores are given from 0 to 3. A score of 0 would indicate that the school did not meet the requirements, and a 1 indicates the school partially met the requirements, a 2 shows the school met all the requirements, and the 3 indicates the school exceeded all of the requirements. The highest possible score any school can receive is a 78, which would indicate the school exceeded the requirements for every indicator. A total score of 52 would indicate the school at least met requirements for all indicators. For the 21-22 school year, our school scores range from 60 to a high of 76. All 37 schools scored a 60 or higher, which indicates the schools met and exceeded the requirements. The process and requirements for completing the self-assessment each year begins with each school safety climate team meeting to review the rubric and score each area of the self-assessment. The scores are then input onto the Department of Education website and presented to the public. Once approvals are obtained from the Board of Education and with the superintendent's assurance, the scores are then officially submitted to the Department of Ed for their review. Here's a breakdown of each of the school's HIB scores for the 21-22 school year. And as we continue on with our schools that are listed on the screen before you. And the self-assessment school grades that are on the screen before you, referencing a combination of elementary schools and high schools. And our last screen, as you can see, which has also a combination of elementary schools and high schools. Our district average for all 37 schools was a 68, indicating that all requirements were either met or exceeded. As you can see from the screen before you, some pictures from various school welcome back at the beginning of the 21-22 school year, our first year back after the pandemic. And on this slide, you're able to see some highlights of our work to date. Everything from the Week of Respect, which is the first week of October every year, through Breaking the Cycle, community assemblies, character education, hipster electronic reporting, and here's some artwork throughout the district which students completed during the Week of Respect. We're also showcasing Toys for Change, an SEL initiative where our students and community members donated stuffed animals to support the children in Ukraine. And more pictures from the 21-22 Week of Respect, which includes student artwork, drawings, and various SEL character education skill building activities throughout the district. And now the work ahead of us, analyze self-assessments by school, ensuring ongoing parental involvement on our school safety teams for all schools, focus on working with school safety climate teams in improving school climate at all schools, focus on providing the most effective and appropriate interventions and consequences for each HIB investigation, implementing and proactively addressing SEL, HIB, Character Ed, in-person, virtual programming for all schools, and of course, the continued partnership with Panorama Education, our SEL program, which was expanded to all 37 schools and includes surveying our parents. And our last slide, Elizabeth Schools is indeed making a difference, and this includes mindfulness, painting, social emotional learning, after-school program for our students. And this completes our HIB self-assessment scores presentation. Thank you. And I'm also including the HIB report, Mr. Kennedy, to be accepted as well for this past month.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Mr. Kennedy.
Yes, as part of the agenda, we have miscellaneous communications under tab 8. So at this time, I'd like to ask the chairs of the school properties, negotiations, ed management committee, and special ed committees to read the highlights of the minutes from those meetings of the committee since our last board meeting.
Good evening. School Properties Committee meeting, Thursday, October 6th. The attendees were myself, Board Member, Vice President Eliana Chevres, Vice President, also Board Member Jerry Jacobs, Jonathan Williams, Co-General Counsel, Judge Malone, Co-General Counsel, Harold Kennedy, School Business Administrator, and Superintendent Olga Hugelmeyer. The committee discussed the availability of a property located on South Broad Street. This matter was to be discussed today during private session with the rest of the board. The second item that was discussed included the availability to lease a lease that was located on East Jersey Street. This site would serve as an annex and provide 12 additional classrooms. Thank you.
The Negotiations Committee met on Thursday, October 6th. The attendees included myself, Diane Barbosa, Commissioner Diane Barbosa, Commissioner Stephanie Pastana, Commissioner Charlene Bathalis, Board Member Jonathan Williams, Co-General Counsel, Judge Malone, Co-General Counsel, Michael Peachy, Attorney Dieter Leach, Consultant, Mr. Kennedy's School Business Administrator, and Madam Superintendent. A summary of the mediation session held on Wednesday, October 5th was provided to the committee.
Good evening. As chair of the Ed Management Committee meeting, I would like to give my report. We last met on Tuesday, October 11th, from 4:45 p.m. to 7:05 p.m. The attendees included myself as the chairperson, board members Jerry Jacob, Diane Barbosa, and Stephanie Concalves Pastana, co-general counsel Jonathan Williams and Judge Malone, as well as our school business administrator Harold Kennedy and our superintendent Olga Hugelmeyer. The committee discussed the following agenda items. Be prepared. We had a lot. Open positions throughout the district per department and category were reviewed and discussed with the committee. The committee suggested posting a flyer on social media in an effort to recruit different candidates and people for the different variety of positions throughout the district. We discussed updates on COVID communication plans. A virtual instruction plan was submitted on September 30th to the New Jersey Department of Education and approved on the district's website. In April 2020, Governor Murphy signed into law A-3904, I am reading all of this, which in part requires each school district to annually submit a proposed program for emergency, virtual, or remote instruction plan to the New Jersey Department of Education. This law provides for the continuing of instruction in the event of a public health-related district closure by permitting schools districts to utilize virtual and remote instruction to satisfy the 180-day requirement pursuant to NJSA 18A:749. On September 30, 2022, each school administrator submitted their district's 2022-2023 school plan approved by the district's Board of Education and then completed a checklist to the County Office of Education. School district must also post this plan on the website, which was also done. Updates regarding our transportation and bus drivers. We are anticipating receiving 2 new buses in the next following weeks. A total of 25 buses, or 25 new buses, are currently part of our fleet. No additional buses are in need at this time. The only challenge is the Durham Transportation Company. They currently have 3 contracted routes that they have been on time to pick up and drop off, or have not been on time for pickup and drop off. In addition, there are currently open positions for a bus driver and 5 substitute drivers. Updates regarding issues with pre-K, elementary 1 through 5, middle school grades 6 through 8,
freshman high school, grades 9, and issues with high school, grades 10 through 12. The two main issues that principals have raised in our meetings or in meetings with our superintendent include teacher attendance and vaping. Teacher attendance, the total of 60 teachers have taken 5 or more days off up to date as of today's date, which is October 21st. Vaping, we have received 628 cases in 2021 to 2022 school year. The committee has requested information regarding the cost of individual tests and the total cost expended in 2021 to 2022. The committee expressed a concern with the impact of instructional time for the students to leave. Updates regarding food services. On October 26th, students will be classified as free or reduced or paid at the present time if they have not completed the application. If the applications are not submitted, student status will be converted to paid, and they would have to pay. Current classification dated back to 3 years. Incentives to continue to receive the PEBT cards. Families that are classified as free and reduced were provided a summer benefit in the amount of $391 per eligible student. Updates regarding our future football games. Currently, there are 2 games that remain in the schedule. A home game that took place last Saturday, October 15th at 12:30 p.m., and one away game that will take place tomorrow, October 21st. Electronic ticketing was implemented on October 4th. We pay 2% of the ticket sales, so just know we're up in times. Updates regarding interviews for principals, vice principals, supervisors, directors, etc. Currently, we have an opening for a supervisor of security. Dates and times proposed for interviews are being finalized and will be shared with the Educational Management Committee. Updates regarding residency issues and upcoming hearings. Currently, we do not have any requests for any residency appeals. Investigators have been working on residency verifications of students in all schools. Updates regarding initiatives for the mental health of our school community, staff, and students. During our committee meeting, the district website was shared, including services for parents, students, and staff. The Interim Commission of Education had requested that our district showcase our district's website dedicated to mental health last month. The committee proposed that a letter be sent to employees advising with regard to how they can avail themselves to these services. Recently, Governor Murphy announced a new initiative that replaces School Linked Services, SLS. Today, the SLS network is limited in scope and reach. Of the nearly 1.4 million students in the New Jersey public school system, only 25,000 to 30,000 students are supported by the state School Linked Services program annually. The newly designed New Jersey statewide Student Support Service network will modernize and expand New Jersey's school-linked services to increase its reach far beyond the 2% of New Jersey school students that are currently engaged, while ensuring continuity of support. Will directly engage youth, parents, and community leaders in design and implementation of regional programs, will be formally integrated with all other major youth servicing systems throughout the state, and will maximize resources through the use of innovative statewide hub and spoke model. Those reframes are timed to be fully operational by the 2023-2024 school year. This announcement is significant because it impacts our Elizabeth School District negatively. Currently, as mentioned earlier during public comment, the YES program is funded by the SLS through the Robert Wood Johnson Trinitas Hospital. The services are on site at both Jefferson Academy and Halsey Academy. Robert Wood Johnson and Trinitas Hospital was already informed that this was the last year of their funding. The committee stated that this was an opportunity to make our senators aware of the impact and the direct services to our students. Our students are not able to travel to the hub. Our students will not be able to travel to the hub. They need to have access on site. Updates regarding the company handling substitutes. ESS is the company that we have service to handle our substitutes. ESS has been able to cover the 131 long-term leaves and vacancies that we currently have. In addition, they are covering paraprofessionals, personal, and 504 assistants. ESS is currently hiring to ensure that each school has 2 full-time permanent substitutes.
Updates on the implementation of student representation policy. As you saw today, we had our first representative. Each school submitted applications. 2 high schools submitted 2 applicant names. A committee met this past week and submitted their final applicant's name. On Monday, October 17th, all of the 7 student representatives met with the student government president and representatives from each class for the 9th, 10th, and 11th grade. The meeting was facilitated by the high school principal and teacher advisor. Students determined the schedule for the meetings and which high school will be represented first. The expectation is for student representatives to read a report at the board meeting and summarize the activities currently taking place at their respective high school. The superintendent met with the student representative to provide an orientation in preparation for today's board meeting. Updates regarding grants in the district. Currently, we're managing the ESSER and American Rescue Plan funding that totals $67 million. Updates regarding safety and security concerns. A summary of incident reports is shared electronic with the board members every 2 weeks. The committee requested a statistics by individual school. The current system provides the incidents by date order only. A summary will be provided with the categories and the number of incidents. Categories such as vaping will be highlighted for the purpose of tracking the data. And lastly, our board member, Diane Barbosa, suggested that the ASSA student enrollment report be provided to the board. The October 15th enrollment date determines the funding that the district will receive for 2023 and 2024. And I just want to say that thank you to the members of my committee who attended this meeting. We had a good conversation for over 2 hours about a lot of things that were happening in our district, and we're looking forward to the continued work of our Education Management Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dorgelli, for the report. And thank you, Commissioner Carvalho, for your previous report. Now, Commissioner Barbosa.
Thank you. Good evening. Now I'll report on the special ed committee that we had on Friday, October 14th. The attendees included myself, Diane Barbosa, and board member, and I'm the chair. We had President Rosa Moreno Ortega, Ileana Chevres, our board vice president, Jerry Jacobs, our board member Jerry Jacobs, Jonathan Williams, which is our co-counsel, Judge Malone, Richard Flom, Diana Pinto Gomez, Director of Special Services, Harold Kennedy, School Business Administrator, and our Superintendent, Olga Hugemeyer. The committee discussed including the following items. As far as legal matters, the committee was briefed by our special education counselor on various legal matters, which took us, some time, and we went into depth. Then about our enrollment, Dr. Pinto Gomez reported on the current enrollment of students in the district and out of district schools. The committee discussed the increase in enrollment in comparison to previous years. We then moved on to our classification rate. Currently, our district has a 12.4% classification rate. The committee requested an analysis and an audit of all large urban school districts to compare. Then we moved on to ECPAC. The executive committee will be formally met in their formal training on October 18th. So stay tuned for further details. They came up with a date for continuing meetings. Then we talked about our academic and enrichment opportunities for our special ed students. The committee discussed the program offerings for the 2022-2023 school year. Currently, we have the basketball clinic, which is taking place at school number 30 on Saturdays. And then we're looking forward in the spring to our soccer clinic, which will be offered. Then our Division of Athletics is offering sports clinics that include swimming for our special needs students in grades 1 to 4 and 5 to 8. So stay tuned for that. Lastly, an academic growth program will be launched beginning October 25th in grades K to 12. So please keep in touch with your teachers. Lastly, we talked about the parent engagement, and now the committee reviews resources currently available on our website and suggested launching an initiative and a community calendar to announce all the monthly activities so that our parents understand what is happening both in district and out of district and are always in contact. And that was our special ed committee meeting. I thank all the members that that were there, and we look forward for continuous work. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Barbosa. Now, may I have a motion and second to approve the entire agenda?
Madam President, I'll just make a comment real quick.
Yes.
Sure. I just want to take a moment to acknowledge a particular resolution that's on the agenda, which is the anti-litter campaign. I know amidst a lot of things happening in our school district, we're very busy and inundated by so much, but there's a lot of great campaigns that come across the table, and one of them was the anti-litter campaign that many schools have picked up and have done in keeping pride and taking ownership of their community. And I just want to, thank the district again for bringing this campaign forward and making sure that district-wide we celebrate this. And, schools can engage in, we're back out, so to continually engage in community engagement, volunteering, and taking pride in your community, keeping your schools clean. Because, oftentimes when I travel to schools, I let students know they're in the best schools in the city. And it's because they're there and because they take ownership of their community and they take pride in their classrooms and the environment that they live in. So, again, let this be something that district-wide we celebrate, and we not only celebrate throughout our district, but throughout our communities and all our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nero. Yes. May I have a motion and second to approve the entire agenda?
I make a motion to approve the entire agenda.
I second that motion.
The motion has been made and properly second. Are there any questions or comments? Mr. Kennedy, roll call, please.
Barbosa.
Yes.
Carvalho.
Yes, good night. Oh, abstention, Mr. Kennedy, tab 5, page 5.
We're approving the agenda.
Chevres.
Yes, with abstention in tab 2A, page 27, tab 7, page 4, and tab 5, page 2.
Thank you. Dorsley. Jacobs.
Yes.
Naron.
Yes, with an abstention to tab 2A, page 26, tab 2A, page 26. But yes to the agenda. I'm sorry. An abstention to tab, I'm going to repeat this again. Abstention to tab 2A, page 26, and abstention to tab 7, page 4.
Goncalves Pestana. Yes. Marina Ortega.
Yes. Before we adjourn, will any of our board members like to speak?
Yes, Madam President.
Yes, Commissioner Nero.
I'd like to make a few comments based on the occurrences of what took place tonight. Again, I want to apologize to the school community, the board, and the community for any mischaracterization of the board. But one thing I will say, and that I don't think should be tolerated, is any forms of disrespect to this board, to this governing body, to this administration, or to the community that we serve. As elected officials, we have a responsibility to govern and govern with diligence, respect, and integrity. And I feel that the public has the same responsibility when we're speaking about our children and the school community. Now, I don't think somebody made a comment that we don't govern the public or, We're not the bosses of the public, and I don't think that we are at all. By far, I don't think we are. I respect free speech, and I think free speech is warranted and that people should have the opportunity to speak in open public session and speak their mind. However, I think it's done with respect, it's done with dignity, and it's done with integrity, since the premise of what we do is serve the community at large and we serve our children. So there is certain types of language that we should be using and certain types of characterization that we should be using in a manner of respect, regardless of how you feel about the particular issues, your political views, your personal perspectives, so forth and so on. So I think when people overstep those boundaries, it's very clear in our basic following rules that we have. We have time limits will be strictly enforced, no personal attacks on individuals, and tonight, or vulgar or an indecent language. And those two items right there, when you cross that line, we should not tolerate those types of things. And they shouldn't tolerate that from us. So once the personal attacks begin and once the vulgar and indecent language begin, that's when we have a problem, and we have the responsibility to step in and correct what's happening and, you know, allow for an opportunity for those who have been corrected to then, you know, try to do it the right way. If they can't do it the right way, then I don't think they should be allowed to continually do what they're doing, which is mischaracterizing the situation or individuals or issues in our district. We have a lot of issues to deal with, and when people come here to divide the community that are not from the community, that don't understand the community, that don't have any ownership over this community, it's disrespectful and it's unfair to all the children that we serve and the people that we serve here in our community. Secondly, there are a lot of resignations that I see, retirements, and there are a lot of people who have served us for many years, and we want to salute all the people who have served us for many years and who have retired and moved on. We wish you well. We thank you for your many years of service, and you know, we honor you for all the many years that you served us. And again, we have a lot of people who have passed away over the past 2 years. That we've lost a lot of people, and again, you know, we continue losing people to unfortunate, untimely deaths. So our prayers and thoughts go to all of those that we've lost. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Neron. Any other board member who want to talk? Thank you. I want to say some words. First, I want, yes, Commissioner,
Madam President.
Vice President Ileana Chavez.
Just again, I want to congratulate Maria Garcia Cabana to join us today and apologize to her and her family. I know it was a really tough moment to be her first parent, but looking forward to continue working, not just with her, with all the student representation. I understand their role and the importance to hear their feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. First I want to say thank you to my board family for your hard work and dedication as always. Now I want to say some words in Spanish for our community. Después de los incidentes que tuvimos el día de hoy, quiero explicarles el procedimiento de la Junta de Educación. Nosotros seguimos una póliza donde no se permite que un individuo use un lenguaje no apropiado para referirse a alguno de los comisionados. Estos incidentes conllevaron a que yo como presidenta solicité un receso. Como ya mencionó el comisionado Stan Nerón, la Junta de Educación no va a permitir este tipo de comportamientos. Tenemos que dialogar en una manera respetuosa. Thank you so much. May I have a motion and second to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn tonight's meeting?
Second.
The motion has been made and properly second. Mr. Kennedy, roll call.
Barbosa,
Yes. Good night.
Carvalho,
Yes. Good night.
Chevres,
Yes, good night.
Dorjali, Jacobs,
Yes, good night.
Naram,
Yes, good night.
Goncalves, Pestana,
Yes, good night, everyone.
Marina Ortega.
Yes. Have a great night.